Раз. Доброго ранку, дорогі учасники конференції. Попрошу вас зайняти свої місця. Шановні друзі, я радий вас вітати на ювілейній 10-й конференції надрокористування в Україні, перспективи інвестування. І я думаю, що ми будемо зразу розпочинати. Я попрошу включити гімн і присутніх встати. Слава Україні! У нас дещо змінився формат. Ми до обіду попрацюємо в режимі панельних дискусій. І перед цим я, по-перше, радий вітати представників Посольства Великої Британії, які присутні в залі. Щиро дякую за допомогу. Ще до нас пізніше, напевно, приєднається Посольство Сполучених Штатів Америки, Посольство Німеччини. А зараз для вітального слова я запрошую онлайн керівника канадської служби геологічної служби, доктора Женев'єв Маркіс. Будь ласка, є включення.
Hi,
Dr. Marquis, do you hear us?
yes. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Geneviève Marquis, and I'm the Executive Director at the Geological Survey of Canada.
Доброго дня, пані.
Звати доктор Женев'єв Маркіс. Я виконавчий директор. It is an honor to speak today at the Subsoil Use in Ukraine Investment Prospects Conference, and thank you to the organizers.
Я дуже рада сьогодні говорити.
I want to begin by expressing my heartfelt support and solidarity with Ukraine and its people. Your resilience, determination, and unwavering commitment to defending democracy, sovereignty, and the rule of law are really, truly inspiring.
Я б хотіла почати з того, щоб виразити свої щиросердне захоплення народом України за те, наскільки ви мужньо і непохитно відстоюєте право, міжнародне право зараз, і це дуже надихає нас всіх.
We stand with you in your pursuit of a brighter, prosperous future, and we recognize the immense effort you are making every day to safeguard democratic values, stability, and peace.
Ми дуже тішимося з того, що ви намагаєтеся досягнути гарного майбутнього.
У вашій боротьбі, у вашій безперервній боротьбі за демократію, за
Today, I represent the Geological Survey of Canada, an institution with a long
Сьогодні я буду представляти звіт Канадського геологічного товариства,
international collaboration and supporting responsible resource development worldwide.
в якому буде йтися про розвиток світових ресурсів, світових корисних копалин,
інституція, яка займається дослідженням, а також у сфері відповідального використання ресурсів, а також
Canada is and will continue to be a strong ally to Ukraine, especially in efforts to de-risk mineral exploration.
Канада залишається вірним другом України і вірним соратником, особливо в питаннях дослідження і видобутку корисних копалин.
що стосується зменшення ризику при експлуатації корисних копалин та використання мінеральних.
We believe that responsible development of these resources can be a significant driver of economic growth, job creation, and national resilience, but always with a commitment to environmental sustainability and social responsibility.
Ми віримо, що видобуток корисних копалин і відповідальне користування надроресурсами також допоможе у розвитку інші сфери економіки.
In this spirit of partnership, I am pleased to share that the Geological Survey of Canada
Мені дуже приємно сказати, що геологічне товариство Канади плідно співпрацює з геологічним товариством України, розвиваючи геологічну науку в Україні і загалом у світі геологічну науку.
з Державною службою геології та над України над двосторонньою угодою для того, щоб розвивати дослідження у сфері корисних копалин та надвикористання.
As we embark on this journey, Canada-Ukraine, I want to emphasize that
На початку нашої подорожі, спільної подорожі Канади і України, я хотіла би наголосити на використанні штучного інтелекту в геологічній науці.
Використовуємо найновітніші технології з використанням штучного інтелекту для розвідки, підтвердження родовищ корисних копалин.
Through cutting-edge data analytics, machine learning, and innovative exploration techniques, we, together, Canada and Ukraine, we aim to accelerate the identification of strategic resources, resources that are vital for Ukraine's economic recovery and stability.
Шляхом використання новітніх технологій, глибокого машинного навчання. Ми разом, Канада і Україна, хочемо досліджувати та продовжувати розвідку корисних копалин, що в результаті призведе до стабілізації економіки України.
Our goal is to support Ukraine's development in a way that creates sustainable prosperity.
Наша мета полягає у допомозі Україні розвиватися, добиватися економічної стабільності,
сталим шляхом, по-перше, і для того, щоб місцеві мати змогу отримувати також прибуток, благополуччя.
And in closing, I wish to reiterate Canada's unwavering support for Ukraine. We recognize the immense efforts you are undertaking, and we're committed to working alongside you, sharing our expertise, technology, and resources to help unlock Ukraine's geological potential.
І наостанок хочу зазначити, що ми стоїмо пліч-опліч з Україною. Ми будемо підтримувати Україну у всіх її починаннях. Будемо підтримувати технологічні і дослідницькі проекти. Тобто будемо робити все для того, щоб Україна була процвітаючою країною.
Together, through collaboration, innovation, and shared values, we can pave the way for a resilient and thriving Ukraine. One stands as a beacon of democracy, progress, and peace. Thank you.
Разом з Україною ми разом досягнемо процвітання, стійкості. Ми будемо робити все для того, щоб Україна залишалася демократичною країною заради миру. Дякую.
Дякую, Канаді, за підтримку. Я запрошую до вітального слова обов'язки директора телекористування Сергія Івановича Лагна. Підключений він? Будь ласка. Є певні технічні складнощі. Я скористаюсь нагодою подякувати Силам оборони України, які дозволяють нам сьогодні працювати тут. Щодо безпеки, ми знаходимося на мінус першому сховищі, тому будемо продовжувати свою роботу в штатному режимі. Онлайн і троє офлайн, будь ласка, Олег Степанович, голова Державної служби геології та надр. Павло директора Інформа. Елісон, будь ласка. Онлайн перше слово ми даємо Єгору Євгеновичу Перелигіну, заступнику міністра економіки, навколишнього середовища та сільського довкілля та сільського господарства. Крім цього, він член керівної ради Американо-Українського інвестиційного фонду відбудови. Як ви знаєте, вже цього року, напевно, найгучніша подія була в сфері надрокористування, підписання так званої надрової угоди зі Сполученими Штатами. І Єгор Євгенович приклав багато часу, зусиль для реалізації цієї угоди в життя. Єгор Євгенович, я вас вітаю. Ви можете
Так.
дещо деталізувати, як буде працювати фонд, як це все буде відображатись на галузі надрокористування і на надрокористувачах, зокрема. Будь ласка.
Сергій Олексійович, вітаю. Колеги, всіх вітаю. Радий бути з вами сьогодні на цьому заході. Для мене це велика честь бути присутнім на щорічній конференції ДКЗ. Це величезна подія, це величезна професійна подія. Я хочу, дякую за це запитання. Це, я думаю, одне з головних запитань, яке всіх цікавить сьогодні, тому що Американо-Український фонд, інвестиційний фонд відбудови – це такий інструмент, який на сьогоднішній день повинен відкрити індустрію, повинен відкрити галузь і повинен відкрити можливості для інвестицій для наших партнерів та для нас. Але давайте я трохи деталізую ситуацію. Є така дуже класна велика компанія консалтингова, яка надає гайдлайн по цінам світовим і по
about prices in worldwide, and also they are making calculations of the price of production, the benchmark military industries, and they told us that for us to deal with the accumulators and batteries till 2030, we have to allocate 293 new exploiting projects all around the world, and this is a huge number. First of all, we understand that we have a lack of and deficit of subsoil projects, and also we see that there is a huge difference between what we already know, what resources we have located and what might be. So if we take database since 2010, then the proved the resources that we have yearly, annually increase. If I'm not mistaken, since that time, the approved quantity of resources was increased in 3-4 times. And that means that for today we have a structural change of our markets of minerals. And secondly, it tells us that we have a huge increase of investments in the sector because we are developing more deposits, and also we are increasing our capacities of downstream investments. But the huge problem is that even if we deal with the problem of upstream, this is about deposits and the depletion. It's really still difficult to deal with midstream. So this is about working with the very product, and that's the main problem of all Western countries. And therefore, we are looking for the next. We believe that this historical deal might do few strategic steps. First of all, we are going in the direction of creation, what I'm saying all the time, the tool that is named is market making. What is market making? This is operator that will be able and have the possibility to dedicate the strategic value of markets. How does it do it? Sometimes thanks to majority and sometimes thanks to minority investments. What we mean that not always fund will be funded by major investors. Also, we are creating different quantity of tools. Thanks to them, we will have all possibilities to finance other projects, and it will be not just investments into the capital, into the money, but also this would be investment to tools and to co-financing from other investments for investors from private sectors. And we also want to create a hole for investments, meaning that with each dollar invested, we want to see any number, four, five, $7 from private investments that will be done by the very fund. And we also want to see the risking. It means decreasing sovereign risks and risk of supply chains. We can, thanks to that and all the tools that we have, give a chance through the phone to sign all the deals, and also we might give a chance for Ukrainian Subsoil users to receive money here and now, not waiting for the moment till your production will be somewhere on private enterprises location somewhere in the ports. What we want to do so the foreign clients feel themselves secured, protected, and they have all guarantees to pay the money and receive the product. And that's why we are creating the mechanism of takes next to the this principle, and this will also create a possibility to pay in advance. And that's why this is a huge tool that will improve development of the industry. And also, I want to say that the fund, just as all foreign partners, and I want to say about it, and for all of you to understand, we are not talking about the monopoly on the market or right refusal proposal. All of our partners have a possibility to work with Ukrainian mineral resources if this is following our strategic defense plans. And for this moment, and I, as representative of the ministry, can tell you that we are creating right now, we are in the process of the office that will regulate this question. That's why I am asking you just to wait a bit and take a look how it will be working. And I believe that after that you will have all the answers and questions that you have for today. And also I can say the next that please, when you are preparing your projects in the Ukrainian American Investment Fund, or you want to do it in the frame of European partnership, or due to or through any other frameworks that we have with us civilized partners, pay attention that the quality of your feasibility study, quality of your storage defense, quality of the staff that you are allocating to your feasibility study, plus your modeling of economical and finances and how and what profit you are achieving will play a crucial role whether you receive investments or not. For this moment, we are finalizing our analysis, so we are not knowledgeable how to do it correctly, but I will recommend you to look for the best prices and niches, and it will help you in the future. So thank you, and if you have any questions, I'm ready to give you answers on them. Okay, thank you. Maybe somebody has questions to Mr. Yehor.
Це чудово, так.
It's great that we are having no questions. In fact, this is a bit strange, but I'm really thankful to you. And the next speaker was supposed to be Kolesnik. He's deputy of Energy Ministry, but unfortunately he's been late and will join us later. But we got representatives from the German ambassadorry, and I am inviting Maximilian Rasch, the ambassador of Germany, and his deputy. Please come here.
Has been prepared. Good morning. I think we'll speak in English, and if you want to have translation, I understand that this has been prepared. So it's a big pleasure being here.
Can you pause from time to time, please?
Oh, you will do the interpretation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes. So my name is Maximilian Rasch. I'm the Deputy Ambassador of Germany.
Доброго дня, мене звати Максимілян Раш. Я заступник консула Німеччини.
It's a big pleasure being here today in Lviv.
Для мене велика честь сьогодні бути тут, у Львові.
And yeah, it's a privilege actually to be here in such a distinguished audience.
І насправді це привілей бути сьогодні тут у такому шановному панстві, в оточенні такого шановного панства.
In recent months, we have seen remarkable momentum with regard to raw materials in Ukraine.
Протягом останніх місяців у нас були дуже важливі події, які стосувалися сировини в Україні.
And it is clear the mining sector of Ukraine offers unique opportunities both for Ukraine and its international partners.
І зрозуміло, що гірничо-видобувна галузь України може запропонувати багато різних можливостей не тільки для України, а і для її партнерів.
Mining has traditionally been a crucial industrial sector for Ukraine.
Традиційно гірничо-видобувна галузь була однією з ключових в Україні.
While the start of the Russian war against Ukraine in 2014,
але із початком російської війни проти України у 2014 році,
and especially the full-scale invasion in 2022,
а особливо повномасштабного вторгнення у 2022 році,
have meant also a setback for this industry. We now see an increased interest of international investors.
Мали певні наслідки для цієї галузі, але з тим самим ми бачимо, що інтерес різних міжнародних партнерів лише зріс до цієї галузі в Україні.
After the war, the mining sector potentially can be a strong driver for Ukraine's economic recovery.
Після закінчення війни гірничо-видобувний сектор потенційно буде грати, мабуть, найважливішу роль для економічного відродження України.
We see that the Ukrainian government actively promotes this by modernizing the legislative framework.
Ми бачимо, що уряд України дуже активно просуває цю галузь завдяки тому, що змінює законодавчі акти і загалом нормативно-правові.
The Ukrainian government does so by improving the availability of information on deposits and by addressing the issue of dormant licenses.
А також завдяки тому, що Україна оновлює геологічну інформацію стосовно родовищ і вводить різні оновлення в цьому секторі.
We believe that German companies can play a key role in this process.
Ми віримо в те, що компанії з Німеччини можуть відіграти ключову роль у цих процесах.
German companies offer many of the technologies needed.
Оскільки німецькі компанії можуть запропонувати багато технологій, які необхідні цьому сектору.
For the exploration, the extraction and the processing of subsoil resources.
Для розвідки, видобутку та експлуатації багатств надр.
At the same time, critical raw materials are indispensable for various industrial sectors in all Western nations.
В той же час критична сировина є незамінною у всіх сферах промисловості західного світу.
This is especially true for industries of green transition.
Це особливо важливо для промисловостей, які дотичні до зеленого переходу.
Germany therefore actively aims to diversify its supply chains for critical resources.
Тому Німеччина зосереджена на тому, щоб диференціювати свої джерела надходження, постачання критичної сировини.
And Ukraine is a natural partner in this regard.
І Україну бачають як надійного партнера у цьому сенсі.
Ukraine possesses promising deposits of numerous raw materials that have been listed as critical and strategic by the European Union.
Оскільки в Україні є багато родовищ корисних копалин, і потенційних родовищ корисних копалин, які були внесені як до списку критичної сировини, так і стратегічної сировини в Європейському Союзі.
We therefore believe that there is strong potential for Ukraine to become an essential pillar in the supply system of such resources for Germany and Europe as a whole.
Тому ми віримо, що в Україні є всі можливості для того, щоб стати таким непохитним і дуже сильним партнером в постачанні цієї сировини не тільки до Німеччини, а й загалом до інших країн Євросоюзу.
We all know that there is still a long way to go in order for Ukraine to make full use of its potential in natural resources.
Звичайно, ми бачимо, що перед Україною ще пролягає довгий шлях для того, щоб опанувати всі ці потенційні можливості і ресурси.
And investments in the mining sector are long-term and require very deep pockets.
А інвестиції у гірничо-видобувний сектор, як ми знаємо, зазвичай є довготривалими, на довгий період і вимагають дуже глибоких кишень.
But the direction is clear.
Але напрямок ми бачимо.
And this potential needs to be further developed.
І цей потенціал слід надалі розробляти.
Also in view of its political dimension.
Також у сфері, що стосується політики.
To have a strong mining sector in Ukraine on critical and strategic minerals in the direct neighborhood of the European Union, or even better within the EU.
Мати потужний гірничо-видобувний сектор так близько по сусідству з кордонами Європейського Союзу, а ще краще в межах Європейського Союзу.
Would create an additional very strong political link to the western part of the European continent.
Створило б також дуже потужну політичну ланку в доповнення до уже наявного потенціалу Європейського Союзу.
It would create a link of economic interdependence.
Також це створить такий зв'язок економічний, взаємозв'язок наш і взаємозалежність економічна.
And it is also a key political aim for Ukraine to create a broad variety of sources of income.
Також це є політичною метою України створити широкий спектр джерел отримання доходу.
And also to create a strong industrial base.
А також створити потужну промислову базу.
Which is again important to create a positive perspective for people to stay in Ukraine and for Ukrainians to return.
Що допоможе спонукати і заохотити людей залишатися в Україні, а також заохотить громадян, які наразі перебувають за межами України, повернутися.
And also as a basis for a balanced and sustainable state budget.
А також це створить таку основу для збалансованого і сталого державного бюджету.
Germany is the third biggest trading partner of Ukraine.
Німеччина є третім найбільшим торговим партнером України.
German companies are market leaders in various sectors in Ukraine.
Німецькі компанії є провідними у багатьох секторах, які пов'язані із створенням вартості в Україні.
Together with our international partners, we stand ready to support Ukraine also on its part to make use of its full potential when it comes to critical raw materials.
Разом з нашими міжнародними партнерами ми стоїмо непохитно на боці України для того, щоб вона могла створити і реалізувати повністю цей потенціал у сфері критичної сировини.
So I wish us all a successful conference.
Тому я бажаю нам всім успішної конференції.
With outcomes that will move forward the discussion.
З результатами, які сприятимуть просуванню наших обговорень.
And prepare the way for concrete steps.
І підготують ґрунт для конкретних кроків.
Дякую, слава Україні.
Дякую, слава Україні.
Thank you. So, I welcome the head of the Geological Service. So, if you allow, I am going to stand a little bit. So, I'm going to start my speech with Slava Ukraini slogan. I'm very proud of our boys and girls who fight for us, and I'm very pleased that I am a member of this conference, not for the first time. And I'm welcome all geologists who do a lot for our geological exploration. So our conference, we welcome our conference and our international partners from the UK, and I'm very pleased to stand as head of geological resources department. So we have a lot of industrial enterprises, and a lot of these enterprises did a lot during the past year. So not everything is bad in Ukraine, but a lot of people say that It's not a timely thing to do something now in Ukraine during the war, but a lot of investors during the time they will understand the possibilities of investments and they will come to Ukraine, and I'm sure that we will have a great future in the part of investments. So now I'm going to show a presentation. So now I'm going to stop a little bit and explain something about this presentation because we have a lot of things to show. So it's a small slide, but it's a key one, and for me and for all our industry, we paid a lot of efforts. So the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine to make a lot of decision in January. So we have made steps to update a program for mineral resource base. So we made some changes to the methodology for determining the starting price of a special permit. So when the state budget will be approved for the next year, a lot of funds will be allocated for our sphere. So during the past 20 years, our sphere hasn't been funded, but now I'm sure that all these investments and impact will help to renew our efforts in renewing our industry. So even during the war, a lot of businesses invest funds in the renewal of our industry. So in March, changes to the methodology for determining the starting price of special permit were introduced because there were some specific features, some issues connected with the water. So these changes were approved, but they are not ideal. But they lowered, let's say, the degree of this problem. So our service strives to approach to the international standards in issues, in questions of methodology. So in the presentation, there will be told about the progress in this sphere. So in June, June was the key month for our Ukraine, and we had funding from EBRD fund. So just to implement digitalization of geological information. So we had a big grant. and it's the base for implementing our further decisions. So, there were such classified information, and this was actually adopted during the Soviet times, but now critical and strategic minerals were declassified, so a lot of documents were declassified, and some strategic decisions were taken. So I think that as to the mineral resources, there shouldn't be any classified information in Ukraine and in the world as a whole. So in July, we approved lists of critical and strategic minerals, and in the context of PSA tenders, we conducted some auctions, and some auctions were approved. So we used different classification systems like American one and European one, and there was a process of the approval. I think that in future all these lists will be updated according to international standards. I am very pleased that in September we continued the process of digitalization. So actually, the Unified States Electronic Geoinformation System and its register was put into operation, that is in commercial operation. I think next year maybe we will complete this process. And the second success was there was the question of lithium, and this question was discussed at the governmental level. So we received a positive signal from our international investment. They're interested in our mineral resources. So some tenders were announced for some lithium plots, and actually this plot is located in, let's say, safer regions of Ukraine. So the fourth issue is so we are very thankful for our governmental agencies who joined the fund. So there were some tenders again announced, and I'm very pleased to actually we allocated just the resources according to the international standards. So from there and our points of view, we should be, and it's better for us to be on the same line. So all issues will be accounted in our next reports, and some tenders will be announced. So all resources that were calculated, they will be shown in next reports. So we completed. So we completed our facility plan, and we are ready to continue to develop Ukraine as we did in 2024 and 2025. So what should we do in the future? What problems do we have? So outdated. So the one of problems is an outdated geological database. So there is a lack of market-based remuneration to attract highly qualified specialists. Lack of software for preparing materials according to the international standards, and lack of development program for training specialists in the assessment of reserves and resources according to the international standards. And potential solutions are just the digitalization of archives, implementation of digital solutions. So like LIDAR, using such software as LIDAR. So we have some memorandums with the UK and Britain, and we are going to implement our cooperation and collaboration. So regarding the announcement of tenders, so and we are going to receive some benefits. So we continue our cooperation with the EBRD on the digitalization of geological information. So actually, we have discussed some issues, but the practical things we have already discussed were some practical models. So to receive a course and to analyze these drilled cores in international labs. So and to have some investments into our economy. So I want to stop here at this map, and I have shown this map several times. So if you see some blind spots, actually they should be filled in because there are some mineral resources here. So we need to use some modern digitalization methods to explore these territories. And we have a lot of work ahead. So actually we are going to do all this work and to have a comprehensive map of geological resources of Ukraine. So actually, some of you have seen this slide. So it's our task is to implement fundamental changes in digitalization. So the idea is that everyone who is abroad or in Ukraine can have an access to geological information. So I think and I hope we are going to complete all our work, all our planned work, and I'm very pleased to see all of you in this hall. A lot of you I know, and I wish a prolific work. So I welcome all small and big businesses in the sphere of oil and gas production of Ukraine.
Thank you. Plenty of times we have stopped about talking about important information, including geological survey, and this is important to have all this data because the one who is having information, he rules the world. And now we'll give the word to the one who is responsible for this, and this is Payuk, Pavlo Besuzinski, and please welcome. So yeah, thank you. I will also make a step, but please turn on my presentation. So waiting for the moment when they turn it on. Our topic of the panel is development of surveys in mineral resources and subsoil use. You will see everything what we have achieved and all of our users, they agree on this. There are plenty of mistakes that were done, but please recall all the path that we have went through during the last 10 years developing all the legislation and that now all our users taking all responsibilities on themselves can conduct their own surveys and to develop their own deposits, which was not the same many years ago. Now they have a chance to get the money for themselves, not waiting for the decision of the government. And now also was accepted another bill reforming a general state program of development of mineral resources. It included the few steps changing the codex of Ukraine about subsoil use. But why did I don't have presentation? You probably forgot to donate to Ukrainian armed forces. That's why you have no presentation. Okay, maybe there is still a chance for me to get my presentation or not. Somebody told me that I still have chances to have my presentations. That's great. Oh, finally. Maybe Alex Stepanovich, just move aside. Why it's important to provide the changes to the Ukrainian law about mineral resources. First of all, we will have a full understanding of what is strategic resources and mineral resources. We will have all criteria how to form list of such resources and to have a dedicated specific approach how to develop the extraction, and we will have a complete list how to do it. And these lists, they are very important, and the concept that we have received from the parliament is the key for the market, and I will explain why. Because in Ukraine we have a full understanding right now how we should receive all agreements and accesses to development of the deposits. Now with the new law that we are having, we will have a step-by-step explained procedure how to receive all of the access to the mineral resources, and it also including having a full list of full deposits in one database. And for me, this one is revelation and change because it will also open the market for our partners abroad. Before that, we didn't have such procedure in Ukraine, and because in Ukraine we have a list, not only the one that you have seen before, but also a list of other mineral resources, and some of the zones are developed, they are surveyed, but are not included to the list. Now they will be, and investors, they have a chance to get a special access to such deposits, and thanks to that, they will initiate the process of their investments and developing the deposits. And the owners of their own lands, and when they know that they have resources underground, they can do their own steps, not waiting for the access from the government. And now the future of subsoil users is in their own hands. That's why I believe this one is revolutionary, and now they will do their own, they will make their own actions, not waiting for the government's decision in Ukraine. Talking about data, data is very much important in Ukraine. We have conducted plenty of jobs to improve them, and at least we have done all the mapping. Right now is also including plenty of information that is not in the government's database, and of course not all of the maps they are done with the requirements of our partners, but we are working on that, and we will initiate investments by improving the mapping and getting the special access of the use of the critical and strategical resources. Subsoil users at any stage can sell the access that he has received later, and by that all future investors they don't have to wait for banking feasibility scientists. They can just make their own preparations on their own level and sell it on any stage to the bigger fish that can do more investments that demands more money that the first owner didn't have. And we will talk about it later. Now, talking about usage of modern technologies that we will also hear about a lot on the conference. At the moment, the modern technologies that we use to evaluate local mineral resources are mostly used by a distant survey of the ground and usage of AI knowledge packs. So we are creating a database that AI is using to develop itself, and it helps it to analyze the most beneficial areas that in future might be analyzed and surveyed by private investors, and they will allocate the resources in the projects that they will find beneficial. This is result of analysis that we have done together with my colleagues, and they will tell more in depth details how the AI was created. But thanks to the empiric data that we were receiving, we are conducting analysis in that in all ecological environments, and the participation of Ukraine in a variety of partnerships. We receive and access to more data and mapping that are used for our AI and its development. Though there are still some restrictions, for instance, if we talk about greenery, if the soil is covered with densely with trees, it's in fact nullifying the analysis done by satellites. Because unfortunately satellite waves can go maximum 10 or 15 centimeters in the dense areas, but still sometimes we find use of it, and we are developing new technology that is based on convolution neural network, and we analyze the location of mineral resources based on the empiric data and also the data that we are receiving from our international partners from European Cosmic Agency. And this is not a far future. This is reality that we are using right now. The probability of finding is already huge, and we are working to develop the technology even more. We have such technology in Ukraine, and we have demonstrated it to Germanic geological service, to Finnish geological service, and the quality of our scientific researchers and AI researchers is already really on a high level, and the very first steps were done. And why I was telling all of this, if our junior companies or there's a private investor who wants to invest to the business and be the first one to receive a special access, do, to do his own survey without the state and wants to make money on that, then we will provide as much assist as it possible, also to include as much international investors as the specialists to nullify investment risk that the investor himself will face. Now, we come back from Cosmos to more practical tasks that our subsoil users are facing on everyday basis. As you know, from the last year, we have started forming new
Я думаю, що в цьому році будуть зауваження, але ми працюємо над тим, щоб цю систему максимально вдосконалити і зробити
reports on the new based format, and now this will be not to do as difficult as it was last year. And now we are using form 6G. Right now, this one is the most difficult form. And we understand that our subsoil users and miners are working in extra difficult conditions. You all understand what risk they are facing right now, but still, despite all the lows, the report 6G still should be conducted, but now this is the first year when it will be conducted in digitalized way. But companies, they still need to get used to it. We understand that the report data is really huge because all of the drills, they have to fill needed documents. We will try to understand and include that moment, developing new REST API. So this will be a chance for subsoil users to apply his data using interaction of two systems, 6GR and the systems that companies have on their own basis. And creating such interaction, the problems of subsoil users will be elevated, and in the structures that they and to the law that was and to the need that was demanded by the law 97. Everything right now will be conducted through digitalization and not papers as it was before. And so we are offering for everybody to communicate with us in advance, so we will see on all levels how is it possible and manageable for the users to report and fill the reporting form. So if you need any assist creating the report, we will provide you with all necessary means because we want to make the report as easy as it possible. And also on the last few words talking about the project by European Bank of Development. After the successful pilot project, we have received investments and in June of this year, we have signed an agreement on 30 months to finish a specific project that has a specific number, and we already have started to finalize this project. And this is important because in Ukraine, this is not about just scanning the reports that will be public as it is demanded by our Ukrainian legislation, but also we created a new system of management of geological maps that was not present ever before here in Ukraine. And this is important for European partners that they were paying attention on it a lot because the usage of such data that we are having from our ancestors that have done all geological surveys still should be updated. We need to specify all the locations. All of this data, all of the information will be realized. The access will be given through new two-language portal and website. The website will be located on web.gov.ua. It will include as Ukrainian and as English version, so our colleagues will be able to use the information to download it and to make the investment decisions. And on this, I have finished my short presentation, and I am asking all of the participants to be more active, participating on our partnership projects as Horizon, to also apply it on the European projects because it helps us with receiving European experience and also showing that Ukrainian level of specialists is still on a high level, that we have plenty of specialists that know how to work with new advanced technologies. And as we say in Ukraine, learn foreign but not be ashamed of your own. Thank you for the word. And now I'm inviting for a word Crispin Ellison, the representatives of a Marsh McLennan Group. Now, Mr. Ellison will represent his view of outside and how we are being observed by foreign investors.
Доброго ранку всім. Дякую за те, що запросили мене, і вибачте, що не говорю українською.
Despite having been working here for 2.5 years, I cannot get beyond English.
Не дивлячись на те, що я працюю тут уже понад 2,5 роки, я не можу ніяк перейти ні на яку іншу мову, окрім англійської.
Just over 6 months ago, we were asked by the Ukraine government to help with 2 questions.
Десь 6 місяців тому уряд України попросив нас допомогти у 2 питаннях.
What has Ukraine actually got in terms of value of its natural resources?
Що взагалі Україна справді має, що стосується вартості її природних ресурсів?
And the more difficult question, what major changes does Ukraine have to make to be able to realize this value?
І складніше питання, які саме великі зміни має впровадити Україна для того, щоб реалізувати потенціал цієї вартості?
In terms of value, we assess that in the unoccupied territories, Ukraine has about $1 trillion that it can go after over about 3 decades.
В рамках неокупованої території ми оцінюємо, що Україна має приблизно у вартості десь близько $1 трильйону, які вона може реалізувати протягом наступних 3 десятиліть.
Most of this potential is in gas.
Більшість потенціалу заключається в природному газі.
Ukraine was the first ever country to export natural gas.
Україна була однією з найперших країн, яка експортувала природний газ.
And it has the reserves, the infrastructure, and gas-hungry neighbors
І вона має запаси, а також інфраструктуру і сусідів, які не проти поживитися з її газу.
And in our work, we tried to produce narratives working closely with Oleg and Pavlo and the ministries and their teams.
У нашій роботі ми тісно співпрацюємо з паном Олегом і з паном Павлом, а також з різними міністерствами.
And the narrative for gas is really a 3-phase approach.
І наші дискусії стосуються трьохфазового підходу.
Phase 1, repair the damage to production and infrastructure to get back to where we were before the invasion.
Перший етап – це відремонтувати і відбудувати інфраструктуру та промисловість, щоб повернутися до того рівня, який був до вторгнення.
Phase 2, to become self-sufficient, 25 billion at today's economy, 25 billion BCM.
Другий етап – це стати якби незалежними, маючи приблизно 25 мільярдів кубічних метрів ресурсу.
And phase 3 is to exploit the estimated reserves in tight shale and offshore gas to become a major exporter.
І третій етап стосується в тому, щоб оцінити і дослідити потенціал і можливості не лише у тому виді природного газу, який зараз є, але і шельфовий газ, стиснутий газ, щоб стати найбільшим експортером.
This is a huge ambition, $500 billion, maybe much more with estimated reserves.
Це дуже великий потенціал, який оцінюється приблизно у $500 трильйона у формі запасів.
But it will require investment for $500 billion, about 100 billion of investment. And Ukraine has never achieved 1 billion of investment.
І, відповідно, для того, щоб опрацювати весь цей потенціал, потрібні будуть дуже великі інвестиції, додатково $500 трильйона, а Україна до сих пір ніколи не досягала навіть інвестицій у $1 мільярд.
looking at other minerals, I am no geologist. I did a geology degree 50 years ago, but that was it.
Насправді, щодо інших питань, я не геолог зараз, хоча я отримав диплом у сфері геології, але це було дуже багато років тому.
And I won't go through the detail, but some of the highlights are on this slide.
І я не буду деталізувати, але певні деталі ви можете побачити на слайді.
I think important is the bottom line, if you can see it from the back, which is around sort of lithium and critical minerals, where much of the exciting political discussion, including with President Trump, has centered.
Щодо найцікавішого, то це, мабуть, останні декілька рядків мого слайду, що стосуються літію та критичної сировини, які спровокували дуже активні дискусії, політичні дискусії, особливо з президентом Трампом.
And Ukraine, although it does not have, as Trump said, 500 billion of rare earths.
Хоча Україна, як Трамп говорив, не має 500 мільярдів у формі запасів рідкісноземельних елементів.
The entire global market for rare earths is about 10 billion.
Оскільки весь світовий ринок, що стосується рідкісноземельних елементів, оцінюється приблизно в 10 мільярдів.
But Ukraine has large estimated reserves.
Але Україна має дуже великі оцінені запаси.
Their economic viability is not yet proven and requires much exploration.
Але економічна життєздатність цих запасів ще не доведена, і тому потрібно ще багато чого досліджувати.
And although strategically really important, they're unlikely to return a profit for 15 to 20 years.
І що стратегічно для нас є дуже важливим, ця сфера навряд чи принесе прибуток протягом наступних 15-20 років.
So a huge opportunity, $1 trillion, 15% of GDP, additional 15% of GDP over 30 years.
Тож ми маємо просто надзвичайно велику можливість, близько $1 трильйона, що буде становити приблизно 15% внутрішнього валового продукту, додаткових 15%.
But how do we attract that $100 billion?
Але як же нам залучити ці сотню мільярдів доларів?
I think, having spoken to some of the few global extractive industries that have operated in Ukraine, the big boys.
Я думаю, що після того, як ми поспілкувалися з найбільшими міжнародними видобувними компаніями, які коли-небудь працювали в Україні, тобто з такими великими хлопцями.
Shell and Chevron here up to 2014, as you all know.
Які тут працювали до 2014 року, як ви всі знаєте.
The big number one concern is your bureaucracy.
Найбільшою проблемою є ваша бюрократія.
Everything is so slow, so difficult, different courts contradicting each other.
Все дуже повільно, відбувається дуже повільно, процеси дуже складні, справи ведуться різними судами, які протирічать один одному.
A great example from another sector recently is Rheinmetall.
Інший приклад трошки іншого сектору, який нещодавно, я думаю, ви всі чули, це справа стосується Rheinmetall.
Who started a project with two plants to make ammunition, one in Germany, one in Ukraine, started 2 years ago at the same time.
Ця компанія планувала побудувати, відкрити два заводи, які б займалися виробництвом зброї, різних видів зброї. Один завод в Німеччині, один в Україні. Цей процес почався близько 2 років тому.
The one in Germany goes into full production in January.
І той завод, який знаходиться в Німеччині, приступить до повноцінного виробництва у січні.
And the one in Ukraine has only just finished arguing over land access.
А той, що в Україні, тільки-но завершив свої спори стосовно землі.
People will not invest at scale until this is streamlined ruthlessly and you can get decisions quickly.
І люди не будуть вносити такі великі інвестиції, допоки цей процес не буде остаточно спрощено і полегшено.
The second one is trust. Not so big in this sector, not such a big problem in the extractive industry sector.
Інше питання стосується довіри. Це не дуже така велика проблема у промисловості.
This industry is used to operating in corrupt countries with legal systems that are unpredictable.
Але ця сфера функціонує у дуже корумпованих країнах із законодавством, яке не є стабільним завжди.
But clearly, ownership of property, long-term policy stability are really important over decades.
Але що стосується різних майнових об'єктів, то довготривала політика послідовна є дуже важливим елементом для стабільності.
Third one is clarity, which Oleg and Pavlo have spoken to at some length.
Третій пункт – це ясність, про який уже пан Олег та пан Павло поговорили певною мірою.
If you tender for an asset and people do not know the quality and size of that asset, you will get a bad price.
Якщо ви виставляєте на тендер якийсь об'єкт, і люди не мають повноцінної картини щодо цього об'єкту, що це таке, то, звичайно, ви отримаєте дуже погану ціну.
Turning to the yellow side of my slide.
Тепер щодо жовтої половинки мого слайду.
We need a new model for the state's relationship with industry.
Нам потрібна нова модель відносин між державою та промисловістю.
We have looked at a number of examples, including in Australia, where you have a very private sector model.
Ми розглянули дуже багато прикладів, включаючи Австралію, де модель більш схильна до приватної власності компаній.
Saudi Arabia, where the state owns everything.
Саудівська Аравія, де все належить державі.
And Norway, which for gas has probably got the most successful model, where you have a state controlled model which allows large-scale investment.
І Норвегія, де, мабуть, найуспішніша модель була реалізована, де держава контролює, але при цьому є багато можливостей для інвестування.
And developing a model like the Equinor model in Norway
І розробка моделі подібної до тієї, що є в Норвегії,
would bring huge benefit to Ukraine and would probably fit with your political structure.
принесе дуже великий прибуток Україні і, скоріш за все, буде підходящим для вашої політичної структури.
Building transparent and free markets is clearly going to be key, and I think the Ukraine market is not yet transparent.
Розбудова прозорого та вільного ринку буде ключовим моментом, а ринок України наразі не є настільки прозорим.
And infrastructure, Minister Pereligin at the beginning talked about mid and downstream investment.
І стосовно інфраструктури, пан Паралигін розповів нам про інвестиції у середній і якби подальший нижній сектори,
Hugely dependent for minerals on affordable electricity, which you no longer have.
які залежать значною мірою від доступних корисних копалин при низьких цінах на електроенергію, яких у вас більше немає.
And sorting out border controls, both for goods coming in, exports, but also financial controls from your bank to allow money to flow in and out will be key if you're going to get this massive investment.
Також для отримання таких величезних інвестицій ключовими буде вирішення проблем з митним контролем при ввезенні, так і при експорті різної продукції, а також при... Can you repeat the last one, please?
I've forgotten what I said.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll move. I'll take it away. So, huge prize, $1 trillion, 15% of GDP.
Тож, настільки велика ціна, як $1 трильйон, що становить 15% від ВВП країни,
But a massive national challenge to be able to attract investment at this scale.
але дуже великі виклики, які стоять перед державою для того, щоб залучити такі великі гроші.
Which will require massive political commitment and a total national endeavor.
Які будуть вимагати дуже міцної політичної волі, а також національної єдності для досягнення цих цілей.
So, just to finish on a few quick wins, because a lot of what I was talking about will take many years and much work.
Щоб швиденько завершити свою презентацію, оскільки все, про що я говорю, займе дуже багато років і надзвичайно багато роботи буде проведено.
I think it's fair to say that the report we put into the Prime Minister last month has frightened the Cabinet of Ministers.
І я маю сказати, що звіт, який ми подали міністру минулого місяця, трошки налякав Кабінет міністрів.
So some immediate priorities. Geological data. You cannot monetize assets if you can't if you don't know what you're bidding for. And we've talked about the progress that the geological service is making.
А зараз щодо пріоритетних питань. Стосовно геологічної інформації, якщо немає чіткого розуміння, про що ми говоримо, то дуже важко якось залучити гроші в цю сферу. Але це питання ми трошки вже покрили, коли говорили про геологічну інформацію.
Second one is creating industrial clusters that encourage mid and downstream investment. So moving away from raw materials to products.
Також важливим буде створення промислових прошарків, які будуть залучати інвестиції у мідстрім та даунстрім проекти для того, щоб відійти від сировини до продукції.
As Igor, Minister Pereligin said, moving from titanium ore concentrate to actually aerospace grade titanium metal.
Як сказав пан Перелигін, що ми маємо рухатися далі від видобутку титану як сировини до виробництва титанового металу для аерокосмічної галузі.
And using financial incentives to stimulate early investment.
І також використовувати різні фінансові інструменти для того, щоб на ранніх етапах залучати інвестиції.
And finally, on product sharing agreements, use for minerals, not just oil and gas, so actually allowing their use for minerals, but also extending it to processed products, not just raw material.
І стосовно угод про розподіл продукції, це дозволяти використовувати ці угоди не лише для корисних копалин, як нафта і газ, а також для інших, і поширювати їх не лише на сировину, але і на перероблені, оброблені продукти.
We can achieve those, I think, in 6 to 12 months.
Я вважаю, що ми можемо цього досягнути протягом 6-12 місяців.
But to get the $1 trillion, you need also to do the long-term, difficult, transformational change.
Але для того, щоб отримати цей $1 трильйон, вам потрібно робити довготривалі, трансформаційні, подекуди важкі зміни.
Thank you very much.
Дякую.
Я вдячний учасникам панелі і прошу їх зайняти свої місця. Ми традиційно вже третій раз збираємо донати для Збройних сил України, зокрема для 66-ї бригади, де служить наш товариш, заступник голови ДКЗ Василь Соболь. Цього року хлопці підготували декілька лотів, і для реалізації цих лотів Запрошую повернутися в зал наших учасників. Ми переходимо.
Participants to join us in this hall and continue our work. So I invite Dmitro Kostyuk, Artem Petrenko, the executive director of. Then we have Sergei Payuk, and we have participants in online mode. So, Mr. Dmitro, I'm going to start from you. So now I live in Lviv and I wear my suits very rarely. And my younger daughter asked me why do you wear a suit today? So that means that you are going to have some speech. So now today. So this conference is held in Lviv, and I represent an investment group. During recent years, we have almost 50 projects in oil and gas sector. So now today I'm going to tell a little bit about this sphere. So there are not a lot of quality and nice projects in Ukraine, like really qualitatively developed. I communicate with our international partners, and the reason for our international partners is just to involve some AI instruments, and they use it to analyze the number of auctions, the number of resources, solid auctions. So as you know, there is such platform as Gemini, which showed. So it showed that if to input just the phrase resource potential of Ukraine, so the AI produce such an answer like all positive sides, so that the system is transparent, the access is free. So and the only one problem is war risks. So as for now, all potential agreements are, let's say, blocked, and they are looked through, but the regulatory base so the government makes everything possible. So, but this base is well developed, but war risks block everything. So actually, we have in our suitcase we have 16 projects. So recently we had some conversations almost every day, so and discussions. And now these discussions are somehow different. So now we need to have long investments, and now those who are present at the market, they actually plan to expand their activity and to expand their investments. So if we analyze recent years, so the driver for investments has become a building industry. we know that in 2023, 2025, almost $1 billion was invested in the processing industry of raw materials and to process some materials used in building industry. So the dynamics shows that business shows its interest for investments almost in building materials because we need to renew and to rebuild our country. So it's my experience and my observation that starting from 2022, there is an expansion of such sectors of economy like agriculture and building, but the approach is not very effective. But those who produce and explore hydrocarbons, they observe some rise, and especially those who are engaged in exploring some raw resources. So the next step will be some auctions for critical minerals. And we are going to participate with our international partners. We are going to participate in this production sharing agreement. So actually, we will see how things will be better in the connection of this agreement with the United States. So almost everyone whom I met, so all the representatives of investment funds, they do not actually understand our system, and Mr. Yegor Perlegin actually explained something about the investments and the minority participation in such investments will fix some prices and will proliferate the development of projects. So for all those people who participate in all projects regarding the producing and exploration of raw materials, actually now we see two types of companies who can join us. That is international companies who are interested in raw materials, and they are interested in added value. So while communicating with them, we define such main topics, such what are stimuli and what are preferences, and what stimuli would they have. So like a market-based business, you need to show some other stimuli like monetary, like markets. So you need to have some affordable credits. So as we know, now we have some projects related to investments, and these projects should count the interest of stakeholders. So I hope that we will see a quality document that will be adopted and developed in future. So, and actually we have something to show. In September, the September shows that companies like from Germany come to Ukraine, but it's better to for Ukrainian people to go abroad and to show our potential. So now we understand that our sector is transparent, and we need to show for the whole world our possibility to explore and to find some investments and to find such companies that will work according to some standards that are clear for everybody. So thank you for your attention. Thank you. I invite Artem Petrenko, the Executive Director of Gas Producing Companies Association. So, hello everybody. Now I'm going to show in a very short way. So I think everybody hears me. I'm not going to stop at some war challenges, and you know all the situation. So now I'm going to focus at some issues that are related to our sphere. So, and what can we do to develop our sector in Ukraine? So, a lot of questions actually related to our sphere were addressed, and now we have 5 problems or 5 trends that we are going to deal with. That it targets amendments to subsafe use legislation.
So this is the thing that we should focus the most on. The second thing is the deal about distribution of the production. So as for, I will tell you again that on the hydrocarbonates have the first deal that we are working on with from the April of 2022. Other deals cannot be publicly commented what their stage, but still we are working on them. But we see that historically in Ukraine had never been working with such types of deals. We have seen that the situation was the next, that after the signing the deal, practical task has a lot of issues. Third thing is regulating land relations and nature reserve funds. I will tell about it more later. And fourth is development of our legislation, specifically on gas exploiting. And the first one is modernization our database and improvement our interaction with state geology office. And I will move to the next slide. So talking about point changes, I'm not staying for a long time here, but what I'll tell you, we already have done a huge job working with legal bill 4187, and now we just are working on some grammar issues on the document, and I believe it will be implemented pretty much soon. But what is most interesting when we are working about conducting mineral deals and mineral agreement, I don't know why it's not doing on the next slide. Finally, it worked. So the more interesting question is modernizing our legislation, talking about the distribution deal of products that we have signed the first document in 2014, but in the frames of this agreement, and investors that have been working with it, they have seen that the bill was signed and is described, but on the practice, it's really difficult to implement it because on the very question, there are a lot of other questions. They need to be regulated by somebody else, and there are plenty of problems that are causing it, and to understand what mechanism it is, we need on the level of our law to change this mechanism and also to update all reports that we are conducting to that we are signing to go through the process, and this is very important. So because doing these steps we can make urban real, and right now partially we are changing it, but on the very next stage we will be working at it even more. Talking about the land, when a lot of people are asking me what can I do with land, I remember 2015 2016 year when a lot of people could where people were obliged to receive 5-7 agreement with the government to be able to work on the land. Right now, the situation is very simple, but in fact, nowadays, our legislation let you easily to form servitude or ownership over land, or even if land is not formed officially, to work using another bill. But the war has caused plenty of other problems where there are owners of lands that are not present here in Ukraine, or when land subsoil minerals are located on other territory where owner is just either absent, or where it is located on the territory of municipal or natural reserves fund territories. So now we are working to change the situation. It will be more easy to work with it and to use another legislative act, so it will be all the problems should be alleviated pretty much soon. And we believe that in the field of land relations, we will soon, I believe in the next year, solve the problem, because if somebody got the right to invest on on some territories, it also should have right to freely work on it without any additional special signatures. The next question that we have is that historically we were not doing that, but now we see that it should be done. Is that we have legislatively not normalized our mineral resources surveys, and thanks to the and regulation is done by the many bills that we have in our law, but we see that for Ukraine, as we believe, there is a change and necessity to form a more understandable and coherent database that will regulate that issue. And so we will be working with innovative technologies, because we understand that those resources that we have and were surveyed many years ago, they are depleting, and to find new resources we should be working fast and rapid, and to do so we need to also use modern technologies. But for now we have only vehicles of 60s 70s of the last century, and it makes the goal almost impossible. And to do so and to achieve our goal, we want to also to use services of other companies. So the last question that we see and have, I think that my colleagues in the next panel will give more comments on it. It's very important to update classification of mineral resources that we have been talking about many years ago, and it took really a lot of time. And first of all, it's really important to change classification of mineral resources. Understanding how it is happening, I would like to say my thanks to the ministry that has been working with it and is cooperating with other government offices. They have stand for the importance of this project, and now it is happening. So we are doing it to show better to our foreign and also American investors what kind of mineral resources we have. And and also talking about digitalization, reports and Form DGS are important. It what should be improved. We have seen all the job that was done in a very long time, despite the war and necessity to close the data. And we also have seen all registers that have been started, and we also see that electronic offices already have been launched as well. And right now we are working on another issue of how to send and sign reports, because it's not just any report. We want them to work absolutely independently with no need of additional introduction of any other workers, and to be able to completely and to make sure that all of the data is synchronized with the register that the country has, the state has. This was shortly what I had prepared for today. If you have any question, I'm ready to give you answer on it. Thank you, thank you. Do you hear me? Yes, you do. So, if you allow me, I will speak standing on my two, because I had prepared the presentation and it's easier for me to manage it that way. Good day to everybody. My name is Mykola Putnuk. I'm a head of association of an amber business in Ukraine. Out of all association, our association is the youngest one. This is quite logically, because uh, the state, how it is happening in Ukraine. Probably all of you have seen how it was happening in decades. That what was happening in our Volyn forest, and everybody was afraid how what was waiting for us. And every government that was in rule was telling that just soon they will manage the issue. And finally, we have waited for enough. And in this year, there was a law that was accepted about the amber legislation, but the name is a bit different. And after that, the government started to sell licenses on the open tenders. Through transparent auctions where but everything was clear for everybody. And for this moment, as far as I know, around 100 such deals were sold. And at this day, the name of the deal is a bit changed. Now we call it just work on the fields with Ember. And this is one of the things that I will tell you more in my presentation. So the topic of discussion is more about problematic issues. And I will start with that, talking about usage of Ember as with any mineral resource. This is the first problem, naming land, because any person can name a land, and it was successfully done before, and it's happening even now. But for the last time, we are facing some issues, because there are even practical cases that I can tell you about. Really often, decline from the government in naming such lands. For instance, because the land was located in the National Reserve Fund, and all land pieces located in the National Reserve Fund, that they are being declined as being named, and it is being said so. Why? Because there were also many lands being used by people many years ago by poachers, and right now this land should be recultivated. And right now we are mostly focused on giving special allowances for our people to work on such land and recultivate it. And there are also another reasons why we see some declines is because there are land pieces that are being located on meliorative fields, and these fields they are completely destroyed. Nobody is working on it because to work on it they should be to be able to work on it, the private owner of the land should wait till mineral resources are being depleted, and only after that he will be able to work on his land. And it causes rapid destruction of the land, and nobody is using it because it just happens to be too expensive for them. And there were also some users who were reporting that their lands were destroyed and infrastructure as well, what was not happening in fact. And again, to make any construction working, they should receive another separate allowance from the government. And this is one of the problems that is blocking us from development. And also, what we were speaking about, oh, it's not working. Another problem was access to the land. So my colleagues were talking about it earlier, and I will tell you a bit more about it as well. So the thing is, when in 2019 we have accepted the law about legalization and amber usage, we also have defined that the usage of such land pieces could be given permission only based on an agreement of a separate document, and it was creating a long story of problems that the whole amber market was speaking about that. But for now already finally all the documents were settled down, and in Rivne Oblast we have seen more than 60 deals that were allowed for private investors to work with the amber. And now all the money that are being received as a profit for government are being located directly to our treasury. And for this day, such, but because of the war and change in the law about subsoil, such agreements are not being given again anymore. And because of that, owners of the lands and most of the land is owned by the state. So the state is not given the deal for the people because of what they say that there are some legal issues in the very bill or and the very law. So association was asking to change the problem, and we were trying to communicate with the ministry about it. And right now, there is only one excuse for a subsoil user is to apply servitude from the very owner of the land, and the main owner is the policy of Ukraine. And it happens the policy they are monopolists on the market. They are ready to give you the servitudes, but and all the money they are being allocated not directly to the country but to themselves. But there is one nuance, and there is that all these people who have received easement, they have received a payment. A finalized payment that they have to pay from the net income, and it's is 12% per month. That is really a lot, and it should be changed. And they don't want it to change because they are monopolists. And the solution is possible if we change our legislation system, and also if we provide more survey works to find more mineral resources. And another problem is, of course, on our forestry. This is deforestation. So, of course, when easement is foreseeing the possibility of the forestry on the practice shows that none of the land pieces that were given based on easement, none of them were deforested. And motivation was the next. The they have not done assessment of environment impact, and right now they are still deciding who is responsible for that and who is paying for that procedure. In fact, all of these easements were given for 5 and 10 years. Many of these years have already passed, but our people still were not able to work on the land because the forestry did not happen. I will not be telling a lot to you information that is on the slides. I will be just them turning left and right and telling you information from myself. So now I'm talking about another problem that we have on an amber industry. Another problem is it's still about the forest lands. So, and also it includes on some level farmlands, but not so much. So the user is obliged to compensate to owner is obliged to pay to the user for all the time that he is being given the land, and directly there is no law that foresee the amount of the payment. All of the destruction that were done by the users, they were only observed and only classified if Oblast administration was classifying it as one and was inspecting it by itself. But user of the soil is using a really interesting formula calculating damage. So the problem is the first one, that there is no formula in any law, and even representatives of forestry of Ukraine, they cannot give you explanation why they use this formula. It's pretty much difficult, but the logic is the next, that the subsoil users, he should compensate all the worth of the mineral resources that he had taken from the down during the time that was given to him, but not for the those years that were given permission to him, but for a whole 50 or 80 years, what is illogical because soil user, he is cutting down all the trees that most of them has 50, 70 years old. They are already grown up. They are also worse of somebody. Soil user is using these trees and selling them up to his decision. He is getting money to his own budget, but at the same time, that subsoil user, that's we are obliged to pay all this money that soil user could have used for the time that we have been providing him already a network, what is unfair. And we, as Association of a Business of Ukraine, we also were advising the Ministry of Ukraine, asking them to dictate a strict and clear rules. But unfortunately, we received absolutely no feedback. Still, we are expecting that in the nearest time we will have one, and it will make some improvement in development of the industry.
So I have told you about the compensation of losses, and our team named this problem is like dual protection of resources. The problem is that recently special permits of using amber were protected, like reports of using amber, and nowadays Nowadays, subsoil users should conduct some approbation, and this procedure is not very easy. It's not very difficult for large companies, but a lot of permits were issued to small land plots, and actually not a lot of people can allow themselves to pay for some expertise and to prepare some expertise reports. So our first task is to conduct a resource approbation, and when the Ministry of Labor is ready to approve these documents, so we have extra load for our governmental bodies. So the question is that we should ease somehow the whole process. So our industry is rather young and it has great perspectives. So I think that in future we will face more auctions, and they will yield money to our budget. So we have some information that during this year our businesses paid 80,000 and a half million hryvnias. So until legalization, it was zero, and now we have some benefits. So now I am ready to answer your questions if you have one. So thank you, Mr. McCollum. So we have unexpected moments today, and in the morning, one person couldn't actually connect to our conference, and now he is ready to take the floor. So the morning was very productive for me, and now I'm ready to welcome you here. So I welcome you, Geological Society. So I'm going to be very short about oil production. We have been working for the fourth year in tough conditions, and they were short. Recently, it was one that shortened our production by 50%. So actually, it's our experience, and we are ready to work in future and eliminate the effects brought to our country by the war. So we will do our best to overcome all the problems and troubles. We continue to open new deposits. We lay a lot of pipes, and we interpret 3D models. This year, we plan to increase the wells into operation by 2. So we are going to improve our surface infrastructure, and that helps to decrease the decline of production. And all these parameters has a great team in the background, and the Commission on Reserve does everything to help the situation. And in our conditions, we have the best result that we can. So the market now we have 5 of market gas more than we had last year. So now we have other circumstances, and just to understand, on as on the 1st of October, we produced for 40,000 cubic meters of gas, so it's the best parameter during recent years. But now the problem is that we are going to start from the very, very beginning. So we are going to rebuild our country, the rebuilding industry, with your help. And in general, I wish you a productive day. So we hope for our army, and glory to Ukraine. So thank you very much. So I'm thankful for Sergei Ivanovich and all other workers of the industry. So during air alarms, everywhere is written just to energize our power devices. So we're going to move to the second part. Good day for everybody. I'm sorry not to be physically present here today, but I'm ready to support everything that has been said today. So now we are working on developing the mechanism and improving the mechanism of exploration companies. We are working over permits. So actually, the problem is with minor companies, and now they can have some investments, and actually some junior companies now are proliferating, and so the problem is that these small companies they should have some experience. And now in Ukraine, industrial parks actually are not working, and this industry has no dotation at all. So, but with the help of the government of Ukraine, this work will be done, and I hope all my colleagues that are present here today will be on one way with us. So, in the sphere of legislation development, they will help us. So actually, it's not only my sphere, it's the sphere of the whole country. We need to unite. And if you see that our association does something, so actually, if you can help. So there are some sporadic changes. So there are some changes to the legislation, but it's a small one. But if we do not improve the situation, some great investors can actually quit Ukraine. And we need to ensure the transparency of the whole process, and it doesn't relate actually not to only exploration sphere, and it relates to all spheres in Ukraine. So the first step looks very nice, and then the investors face some problems. So, and Artem said that there is a problem with land access and some discussions and disputes between land users. So we tried to use Austrian model, and it was presented at the presidential office. So this means that agricultural companies are connected to subsoil companies. So and then they together they can have more money for their activity, and actually it's a way out for our country. So that can help. That can help to develop a tax stake. So and to invite more people, and so some people can decide not to grow some berries but to have some material resources, just subsoil. So and if you use subsoil resources, if you develop subsoil resources, you can have 50% profit. So now actually we are engaged in improving the project of the law about raw materials. So there will be some changes for production companies. So actually, still I didn't hear a word about the real mechanism, about how to engage all these minor companies in our activity. So I invite all my colleagues to join these changes. And now about war risks. So we need to go ahead and to preserve the base that we already have. So we need to preserve our reserves and to preserve the activity of national companies. So and we need to deal with all these problems. So why there is investments in raw materials? So the reason is that there is a problem of currency benefits. So there are some restrictions about transference of money in international currency from abroad, and that's why if you produce resources here, so then you can actually move money abroad. Thank you, everybody.
And thank all the speakers. And for third panel, energy dependence of Ukraine and wartime related issues, I'm asking Igor to join us. So Stepano Kozitsky, he the head of NADRA service, and Andrei Shishuk, director of Mineral Resources Survey, and Andrei Petrenko, who is the moderator. You're welcome. So thank you. In fact, I was introduced really fast, and I want to say that the huge part of our conversation is dedicated to gas oil production, and you probably understand that it's important specifically in a wartime. Just to provide us not the warm housing but also a chance to survive, we need to know Ukrhas has as the biggest oil and gas producers, and there are also such participants in the market as good friends of mine that are having their own private companies, and Ukrhasvodbotok is the first stepper in the Ukrainian market, and that's why I would like to give to Maxim a word from Ukrhasvobudovanya, and he can briefly explain what is the situation, how they develop and survive in the wartime, and how he sees the problems and the future. So may you please show my slides? So generally, as Serhiy Lagno has in 2 words described, there were the last problems in Ukrainian gas oil production. We are right now mostly focused on the Western Ukraine. We are located in Lviv, so let's speak about Western Ukraine. Next slide. Oh, wait a minute. Probably should do it. Yeah. If we compare East and West, then our understanding is the next. Our perception is typically that East is the core of mining, and West is mostly focused on the small deposits. They are on the formers, and I would like to tell you about history of success of all the actions that Naftahas has done in Western Ukraine in the wartime, and by some matter we are changing this typical understanding of it, and I would like to share the story with you. So this one is in fact the most important slide that depicts 2 things: the quantity of the gas production and quantity of drills on west of Ukraine. Thinking about 2021, we barely were making from 3 to 6 wells, and to 2025 we have increased the quantity in 2 times, but at the same time we have increased the deposit in 10 times. I would also like to pay your attention to the next. You can see the numbers, and we are pretty much sensitive to such information that is being shoved on a huge conferences, but you can see the tendency, and if we try to forecast how it will be in 2026, we are planning to increase the production in comparison to 2021 in 20 times. And at the same time, if we're talking about quantity of wells, we are going up to 20-25 wells based on the quantity of workshops that we are going to have in the region. And this is not just about geology, because when I just started to work in this region, the main problem was the lack of deposits. We didn't know where we were supposed to make wells. Now we have plenty of them. I can easily offer you in fact 2026 we can, in case of need, increase the quantity of wells up to 40, so we have more than enough points. But there are other problems: infrastructure, locations, and achieve of the balance, budget as well, because if we take in accordance in what field are we working, then the all losses that we are having, we have a huge tension with our budget. So we are planning to increase the depletion as much as possible. And if we compare numbers of quantity of wells and how much we are producing, it means that we are having more and we have a better quality wells if we're talking about debit. And the last three wells they were given up to 100,000 barrels in one day. This is really good result if we compare it with the last year's wells that were given us 20, 40,000. How, where is the key to success, and how do we achieve such results? First of all, we went from 2D to 3D, and we all understand that if you are making well using 2D, then chance of success is definitely less higher than on 3D. But this is a simple formula, but oftenly with the simple solutions you achieve success. Also, what we have done, we have increased volume of 3D. If up to 2022 we have in our company UGV generally one 3D cube for 120 kilometers, then up to 2025 we have 2000. A good, a good quality of seismics means that we have a qualitative spots for wells. Also pay attention to the line. This is a borderline between Ukraine and Poland. When I was trying to explain in my company why do we need 3D, I was telling them take a look just from on the other side of the border, all the region they have proceeded with the 3D cubes. And some regions were done even 2 or 3 times, and we in comparison had just that little field. And if we compare it with and if we are talking about now, then in the region and in Ukraine we are one of the most developed and modern in that matter, and honestly right now we are doing it even better than Polish. And talking about the qualitative seismic, first of all, we're also talking about not about deep areas. We can see anomalies, and by that we decrease risk during making wells. And by that, we can also see dispersion of collectors. And so we have done another successful well based on the 3D data that we had. Talking about another perspective, another ambitions of development in the western regions. First of all, is the deep wells, what is very important because most of the wells on the west region, they are usually the most up to 2 kilometers. And perspectives, it's risky, it's expensive, but they are such deep drilling, and we should be focused more on them. Also, more complex reservoir. If we are talking about Carpathian region, it's more difficult to work in that region, and understanding how to work with the complex reservoirs is a key. Drilling with the use of horizontal ending is absolutely important. Here, if we're talking about horizontal wells, we can speak about the different width of these wells, up to 2-3 kilometers. But if we also will use hydro explosion, it will cost another story. And not also talking about tenders that will be announced soon. I hope there will be plenty of companies that would like to join them. So also land pieces that were on that were allocated to the tender were nominated by Naftahas. We also are planning to provide more lands for tenders. and also synergy between UGV and Ukernafta. So new team in Naftahas is in fact creating all necessary environment to ensure the cooperation between all officers. Generally, main summary is that the Western region is secure. We are close to Europe, further from the war action. This is also about energy secure of Ukraine and also about new chances for us. Right now, we truly need to be more focused on the deep drilling and also on innovation project as gas to power and another possibilities, even if we are not talking about usage as hydrogen or helium. I was not talking about that right now, but we are developing such possibilities and also technologies. We should be focused on 3D for deep drilling and horizontal drilling. And definitely Western region should not be omitted because it has a huge potential. We just need finances, a right technological approach, as well as solving ecological issues because they are causing plenty of other problems and are also nominating land pieces. We need a healthy market, and I, as a man who was born in Lviv, feel that the Western Ukraine is specifically important for myself, and I find that this is really great that we are working developing Western of Ukraine and all the successes. They are also important for myself, and that's it. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Можливо.
Я хотів би надати слово пану Андрію, щоб ДТЕК «Нафтогаз». Андрію, прошу вас розказати, ви як найбільша приватна компанія, і ви насправді спільно з колегами з ОГВ є лідерами з точки зору купівлі спеціальних дозволів на користування надрами. Нафтогазові ділянки є абсолютними рекордсменами з купівлі на електронних аукціонах. Тому, Андрію, вам слово.
So now I'm going to give a floor to Mr. Andrei. He is representative of a private company engaged in drilling. So starting from 2014, our company actively is participating in auctions related to investments. During this time, we bought 2 land plots in Kharkiv region. So we bought 3 land plots in Poltava region. So, and we concluded an agreement with our state on sharing resources on collected in land plots in Kharkiv and Poltava regions. So actually, the investments were almost 2.5 billion hryvnias. We performed a lot of geological works, seismic studies on these new land plots. So we are not talking about our other deposit. So we covered with seismic studies almost 600,000 square kilometers. So we drilled 8 wells, and actually, so we yield 5 billion cubic meters of gas. Starting from the beginning of this war, we built new gas treatment plants. So the profit was 2,030 billion euros. Starting from the beginning of the war, we stopped our industrial activity located in Kharkiv district. So so there was demarcation line that goes through the our land. So actually, we stopped our activity here because of safety reasons. But there is no such a thing as sleeping license in our company. So when the circumstances allow, we will continue our work. We search for new land plots, for new sites that can be developed and can be invested in. So, in the cooperation with our American friends, and to develop the oil and gas industry in Ukraine, as Mr. Artem said, and also I want to say a great thank you for Mr. Sergey, the head of geological group of Ukraine. So actually, such events gave the possibility for international investors to work with Ukraine, but it's not the end. As Artem said, we need to adopt some instruction and we need to develop some reporting forms. And moreover, so the challenge will be to produce some special regulations and some norms that will allow to recalculate this resource base, because investors firstly will look at the land plots that are in this investment fund. And the second thing that I want to tell about today, it's company Ukernafta. So after the war stops and to renovate Ukraine, we urgently need such resource as oil. So, but now we have some difficulties. So the first one is the initial assessment of the value. So, and to assess the existing resources. So, as international practice shows that the percentage of extraction is almost 80%. So, and in Ukraine, it is only 20. So, using the same approach with the international community, actually, it shows that we can compete with the international companies. So, but some international strategies, like strategies from European Union, are joining us. But international investors, they are not in a hurry to invest their money in Ukraine. So for them, it's a challenge. So as we a company that is on a cutting edge, so we participate in all discussions at the ministry, and we are doing our best to regulate all the issues. Thank you, everybody. So thank you, Andrei, for your participation. So. So in the end, I want to give a floor to Stepan Zinoyevich. So you as a company is developing very rapidly and very fast, and I want to give you some floor. So, and you can describe the situation that you have in you. So, hello everybody, and I am Stepan Kozetsky, and I am representative of Zahid Nadra Service company. So it's a private company. So we are at the market of oil and gas starting from 2014. So we operate mostly in Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, and Ternopil region. Now we have 21 special permits. One is in Poltava region. So protected resources we estimate as 401 cubic meters. So now we have 1,800 employees, and we paid almost 2 billion hryvnias as taxes. So we have some other services. So it's the company of Georozvitka. They are engaged in seismic activity, in seismic surveys. So we use some cable and cableless methods of surveying. So I'm sorry, there is technical problems. So we drill, and our company is engaged in drilling. So we have an overhead renovation for 4 wells. During recent 3 years, we drilled 60 wells, and now we have 150 wells drilled. The next our company is Nordic Boot. So it's gas and oil pipelines. So it's gas treatment plants. During this year, we laid almost 70 kilometers of gas pipelines. So we have a lot of projects in engineering sphere. And our last company is just service company Horizonte. We bought. So we had some ideas to be engaged in incline drilling, and it's a unique complex in Ukraine. So it's just the one that we have. So the other companies that own such equipment for incline drilling, they moved the equipment abroad, and our company is the only one that has such equipment. So we obtained a license to use this method of drilling. So this year we launched a pilot project like gas to power. It's just we input 25 megawatts into operation this year. So, and everything works well. So we have some plans for the next 2 years. So we are planning to produce 2 million cubic meters of gas, of natural gas. So, and we are going to be engaged in future exploration and to drill more and to produce more. So it's like a slogan, let's renew Western Ukraine like oil and gas Emirates. So this conference is dedicated to reserves, but actually we are talking about our active resources, and resources in the western part of Ukraine are slightly more protected than in eastern part. So, and thank you for attention. Thank you, everybody. Have a great thank you for all our colleagues, and I thank to all our speakers. So Artem said the fourth chair was just for him, unplanned chair. So now I invite participants of our next panel. So it's a representative of Ivano-Frankivsk Institute of Oil and Gas. So one participant will join us in online mode, and one more participant is Sergei Tsikhoň, the representative of Lviv National University, named after Ivan Franko. So as we see, our industry is based on young people, and this year I've heard that this year universities and institutes have graduated students who were not present in the rooms physically because of the coronavirus epidemics. So now I thank everybody, all participants, and for all who joined the implementation of this project, like this conference. So judging from the previous presentations, we have a very nice and very bright scenario. And if we just but all changes in our industry and all increases in development and production and exploration, all these changes and all these improvements is related to staff and to personnel. So it's a challenge for our state and for our government. So I'm not talking about the war sphere, and they also lack qualified experts now. So I'm talking about higher school of Ukraine, that is the basic educational institution that has been working for years on the education of people who are experienced in the oil and gas sector, and we have some results from the past, and we have some assessments for the future. Now I'm going to pay some attention to some risky question. So now those present in these halls, they were present, and they were supposedly they were students of high educational establishments, and I think you all remember the requirements for students and for entrance exams several decades ago, and the exams looked differently back then. So the requirements were higher, but now we have instability. So during that times we saw some chances, and we knew that I'm going to have good work if I'm a bright student. So I can have great career development. So I'm going to attract your attention to such an issue that war is a risky thing that promoted the coming out of mostly male representatives. So they go abroad during to war, and nowadays we have lack of students at our educational establishments. So can you imagine the situation that will be in 6 or 8 years, and we will face the very difficult situation with personnel? But an expert, you can't buy an expert. Actually, you should prepare them and crystallize this expert. So we have this risk in future. The second risk is the question of reforming of higher educational system. It's impossibly low wages at state higher educational establishments. So an example is that one company they enrolled to our students and paid them more money by 10 times that they had at the. So actually now we have a lack of personnel at the institutions. So there is a lack of pedagogical staff, and a lot of people move to private sector mostly because of low wages. So actually the question is to try to survive, and people make everything they can just to survive. So as a rector and as an employee at the university, I have worked at Ukr oil and gas production. So nowadays I meet people who I lived at the hostel with. Actually now we face all these changes. We assess all the risks that will be in the future, and we understand what should we do in the future. So the one chance to make our education better is to make it more qualitative. So now we should pay attention to the industrial businesses. A lot of businesses do this, and I want to say thank you for all those companies present today, and private companies like the tech, like a group of companies, Ukranother Service. So they see the situation and they start donating. They start making donates, like some monetary promotion for students. And so we felt the effect of this activity during 2 years. So when 2 years ago a missile struck our facilities, students came and they helped to renew, to renew and to rebuild this facility. So in parallel, all these companies, they donate to renew our equipment base. So I will not be talking about the sum, but it's a great amount of money, and we raised our material base. So today we are seeking for international grants. So and we have nowadays we have $1.5 billion for renewal of our equipment. So in collaboration, there are some problems and issues with collaboration. So the most part of those who are forgotten is just employees. They have very low wages and very low salaries. So even their salary it is lower than the salaries paid for our employees around the city. So maybe it's reasonable to create some funds of support, or maybe some target fund for target support for this industry. So, and if we can change this routine and can support our colleagues, maybe this will allow for our colleagues to stay. So actually, we can retain this human resource, because a lot of people move abroad, and so they moved to Hungary, to Poland, to other countries. So a lot of people from western part of Ukraine, they go abroad and work there. So we had good enrollment numbers last year and this year, but the tendency is frightening. So our government rise salary for our teachers who are working at school and at colleges, but they forget about higher education. So actually, we work and we survive, and I want to say thank you for the industry. So let's have mutual cooperation. So that means that to provide some grants and to provide universities with micro grants and micro grants that for you is macro, and for us it's macro help and market support, that we can develop the next generation, and we will have a chance to make our freshers more experienced and have them as our worker. So for those who are detached from us, just from us, and start working in private sphere, so we call them back, and so I look at our graduates, and I know them, and I know that they are good experts. So it's just my call for you. So I see a great problem since this problem has been changing since 1995. So up till now, I am 30 years at the this university. So now I observe that the problem is deepened. So we should pay more attention.
I know that you are all conscious and understand that, but the problem of the staff is the all country disaster that today, thanks to the help of the field, can be in some level saved. But the usage of the mineral resources is one of the strong sides. We have the soil research, so let's save and develop our staff research. We can do it. We have a future in that. What I can tell you, the last thing, just on Friday, we have received results of attestation of all our higher education complex, and we have received the highest grade, level A, what opens for us a great possibilities in the mathematics field, a bit lesser, but level B, but still, we will be working on that. So let's work together, and we will save our own stuff. We will not be bringing from Bangladesh or Pakistan as we are doing on a building on construction works. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe Andrei Sergeyevich is online. Yes. Dear colleagues, good day. Welcoming all participants of the conference with the dear regret because I wasn't able to arrive because as Igor Ivanovich was saying about international grants is the same for us. We are having a conversation with European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, and they were helping us to develop magister degree diploma. And also we have elections for National Academy of Science of Ukraine, and I had to be present in both cities. But I also want to add something a bit atop what was already told. I want also to pay attention to the next issues. The war is challenge, yes, but it's also partially a possibility. I support Igor Ivanovich that we have a lot of losses because our youth has migrated abroad, but also we have received additional possibilities, and I will pay a bit attention on it. First of all, we expanded our cooperation with our international partners, and I will also give you a few examples. But before that, let's talk about something else. When we are talking about demographic crisis and it being caused by the war, this is right. That's why. But I will also give you another data by Kiev University. So in this year, we have received one of the prize places. We have lost the total quantity in total quantity to Ivan Franko University, but we have received 8,500 students for the first year, and if we have received 51 men in our main programs that we have had, then our neighbors from economic university have received 800 students. The difference is more than in 15 times. So colleagues, being focused on the demography only or saying that the only problem is that the people are living, that this is not completely true. Up to from 40 up to 60% of our students, those are dynasties of four-fifth uh, generations of people who are studying geology since their grandfathers, great grandfathers, and ancestors. And the main problem is that we have not developed field that is not in the process of stagnation, but is already on the very bottom or probably close to it and trying to reach even another level of bottom. And if we will have a successful cooperation with our enterprises, then we will be able to increase quantity of students. My own experience with communication with European and American universities says that such treatment of this field is not just Ukrainian specialty. It's also the same for the whole world. If as soon as prices on oil drops, the quantity of students that are willing to enroll to this field decrease. Another problem is in normative basis, in law basis, and because we have plenty of problems, it causes the next that we might the training of specialists that before was a huge and prestigious. For today, we are facing the next challenges, and the first challenge was in 2015 when we received an law from ministry after all our fields and specialties were united into one, and right now our geology was located to unsuiting field of science in universities, and right now 18 universities are training specialists on that field. And when I was presenting that on different conferences, for instance, one of such events happened 2 weeks ago in the geology faculty in geology department in Lviv, Ukraine university. In whole Ukraine, the last 5-10 years, quantity of government order for specialists was from 200 to 350 people in all country. So 350 specialists. It was annually an order from the state of specialists in the field. And of course, even if we're talking about the biggest enterprises, they are still they need dozens of specialists. They need only few of them, and the problem is that 50% of such specialists they are not from geologic specialists. They are from geographic specialists, hydrology, earth knowledge, etc. Also, we are seeing the lack of support because geographic specialists are being prepared by the government. They're receiving more money, and thanks to your support and your work, our specialty was dedicated to protected one and to the high priority, and that means that if we did not receive people from the very first time when the people are trying to enroll, we have another enrollment. And also, what does it mean? That our students they receive a higher scholarship in comparison to other specialties, and it causes that the country provides 100% ensures that there are students in our specialty, but the more people are dedicated to geographic specialities, and we are being pressured by geographic specialities. So in reality, geologists from 350 people, we had 158. That was the order from the state, and but that's paid by the government. We also receive plenty of additional categories, and there are also people who receive a government support for enrollment, but they are traditionally are not enrolling to geology. Mostly they're enrolling to economy or AI, and the thing is that how shall we survive in such environment? My example is that for geology specialists we have 8 universities. Is it a lot or not? We would say that it could be sufficient, but for instance, Krivorizhsky University for first year had enrolled just 8 people. If we're talking about Odessa University, they had accepted 19 people for geographic specialty, but for geological one, 7. And it means that, and also our experience knows that less than 50% of these people will be working based on their specialty in university. They will be looking for another methods to find their job. So how will we be doing that in future? How will we be dealing with that in future? When there are people saying, Andrei Ivanovich, did you know that you are the only university where there is still geological institute? It causes another situation that we might be competing with Kharkiv University, Lviv University, Dnipro Polytechnic, but when you're almost alone, my answer to you, when you are the one who left, you have no competition. So talking about staff training, of course, when we are talking about level of payment, we have a benefits because thanks to the president's decision, we have a double salary, and out of 45 lectures, we have 50 PhDs, and almost all of them they're doctors. So it's a good from one side, but I know what the situation in others universities when they have only few people as with PhD, and so because they changed their occupation or already are retired. So the situation is the next. We just had recently a scientific conference in my university, and we just have accepted the one doctorand in our geological specialty, and it's a good that we received the one. But he was the only one in whole Ukraine, including all higher education complexes. So this is the situation in Ukraine. So there are enclaves where specialists are being trained, and what it causes that when we receive new possibilities, new projects, and we need to fastly expand our field because of the competition that we are already facing with the geographic faculties. They are winning the competition and taking our future specialists. So our electricity field, we are taking new specialists from Ukrgas Nafta, and that's how it will be working. So the situation is difficult, and we should find a common approach. And we found already one of the solutions. A few years ago, we signed a memorandum between the Ministry of Education, 9 higher education complexes about the specialist training. And this memorandum was mostly a paper one because to say that after all the time we have achieved anything, I cannot. Year ago, Ukrhasvedopna has signed another memorandum to create 3 new colleges, and they have also tried to focus on a new system of education. In few months, after few years or even in few years, you cannot train a proper specialist. I have participated in one of such programs myself in Kiev when they were trying to get their specialists of a middle level and try to increase their specialty, but they did not achieve anything because there is a deal about renovation of that was signed between Ukraine and United States. There was another memorandum signed, and it causes the question to my colleagues from our production field. And I also want to say thanks to organizer and the moderators of these events because this conference is the only conference where where present representatives as from the private sectors, as from educational field, and so they can cooperate. So the question is about synchronizing our work and our goals, because in fact higher education gives possibility to work with our abroad partners, and this is another chance that we have received because of the war. I can say that if before the war in the university we had 7 projects from Europe, at this moment the Institute of Geology only has 4 projects. Also 3 project with 3 mono projects and agreement with other universities, but this is not what our colleagues from industry are interested in. When we are working on that market, there is another problem that everything that is allocated to our geological complex is being told to, and at the same moment,
So what are we financing? So we are financing green transition, some ecological problems. So we supply water and etc. So we are made to reorient, and we are not engaged in those problems that we should be engaged in. So now there is such a thesis when I was engaged in economics. So during to the competition at the market. So now still in Ukraine we have two measures in Ukraine that are being developed, such as geoinformatics and different modeling or visualizing of our work. So when you can see the result of our work like in tables. So nowadays everything is connected with machine learning, and the second trend we are developing is economical geology. So our major is should be very monetized. So when a deposit is opened and until it operates well, it goes through 7 or 8 stages. So, and when students see some ores only in museums or some drilling rig just in the picture, so a lot of students actually don't know what to do with all the geological things. So now we need to have some money for practical projects, and now economical sector they partially support us. So the preparation of people, of experts now in Ukraine, we have some panels at the Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, and it's agreed that we have moved through this point of no return, and there is a lack of personnel, and it doesn't matter is a doctor of science or a PhD person. So this career ladder stopped working. So what will be in the future? There are some positive steps. We have direct agreements with industrial businesses, so different of the various businesses they are working in Ukraine, and they help us. We held some career markets, but the question is to prepare a geological specialist. So the ministry allocates some state order, and there is no funds for field works and no funds for equipment. So, if you're talking about the student mobility, there are such student programs when students can go abroad and study there. So we need to have such programs at our internal level. So when students move from one university to other inside Ukraine, not abroad, we can engage specialists from enterprises, and I know an example of the enterprise when employees of private sector, they actually deliver some lectures at the universities. So, and if a company has some educational unit, like for example DTEC, they have their small academy, so we can engage their specialists to deliver lectures and to teach our students. So I believe in our possibilities. I believe in all the possibilities that are open to Ukraine now, and to increase the level of expertise. And recently, two dissertations were defended, so just very recently, and we have such specialists, and they can work, but we need a quiet surrounding, but we can influence that. So the practical part of this problem is to engage our business partners, so, and to have such professional standards at the governmental level. So there are no clearly defined qualifications. So, and it would be a nice idea to have normative qualifications assigned to our educational problems till 2030. So if you have something to say, just share with us. Hello, everything. So it's I thank you for the opportunity to take part in this conference. So starting from 2015, we have a small enrollment of students, like around 40. Several years ago, we had such a specialty or major like geology, and then it was united with geographical majors. So the result is that the enrollment decreased, and a lot of scientific and pedagogical personnel moved to other spheres. So now we have at our faculty, we balance at the level of 200 students. So if we have less students, so our faculty can be closed. So before the war, we had several students from other countries, and was a great support for our faculty in terms of numbers. So we have 22 educational problems, and we need to call for the help from other spheres. So this renaming of specialities or majors, this led to the deterioration of the situation, and a lot of students, they actually moved from the geology to geography sphere. So and so we, if we are talking about the educational programs, we enrolled 160 students. So all those who entered the university, they were kept like a treasure, and if some organizations from our region apply for us for some specialists, we can recommend some of our students. And the problem is, so the bad thing is that we should call a specialist from abroad to explore our resources. But the nice thing is that we are moving to some positive point. There are some companies that actually, some company provided lab equipment and they equipped a laboratory at our faculty. So the students have a real opportunity to study theoretical things in reality. So, but only one student, she completed the whole course using this laboratory equipment. So now we have a new program that is subsoil use. So governmental authorities helped us to develop this educational program, and we will seek for help to develop this program further and to have more students and to develop this specialty. So we have software Macromine installed due thanks to so we have some chances and we have some possibilities. And recently we had a anniversary of our faculty that is 80 years. And during the conference dedicated to this anniversary, it was told about actually the same problems. And the nice thing that a lot of students, first-year students, participated in this conference, and I was very pleased with this fact. Several years ago, we had more girls, and during last 2 years, more boys are entering the specialty. And judging from my experience, they are more eager and they see greater perspective here. So if we do some practical things, our students can be motivated, and I invite you to help us. So we should do we should do a lot of things by ourselves. So engage private business and seek help from governmental organizations. So we did great work. We did a great work, and during this year we had a good enrollment.
Сподіваюся, що ми таки не повторимо це провальне 90-х.
So I hope that we will not have this gap that we had during 19th of the previous century, and all experts will give their experience for the future students. So now it's the end of our first section, and I hope I will meet you after break.